Well, hello, and welcome back. Let's do a quick sound check here. It looks like mic is on, looks like background music is on, and do we have sound effects? We've got sound effects. Well, hello. So, I have been working on my Home Lab. So, for those of you that didn't know, I got a server, a real one, a Blade server, physical one, and I am setting it up to transition some of my dev sites and whatnot to that. And Ryan and I are working on a hosting company. So we are going to be moving over some of our clients and first our own things, but we're going to, eventually, hopefully be moving on over some clients and dog fooding this as we get things set up better. But one of the things that is cost prohibitive when you are starting out with just a small set of servers is that you have to purchase IP addresses individually. So you can't purchase IP addresses individually is what I meant to say. You have to purchase IP addresses in bulk. So I have to buy $40 a month worth of IP addresses, only gets me something in the realm of 10 to 20 IP addresses. Yeah, you can totally. That's so awesome that you would like to try it out. Yes. So tell me, Vishnu, what is your experience? What language are you using? How are you doing this presently? Because I'd love to have you. We want to start out pretty small, just kind of have it an invite only, and then see how that goes, and then expand it a little bit bigger and see how that goes, and so on and so forth. Just grow it very naturally and organically is the goal. So anyway, I'm over here in a spreadsheet for a second, just copying some stuff over so I can get a better at-a-glance view of it. Trying to figure out what the pricing needs to be, what the specs need to be for us to be able to realistically do this. And anyway, so what I'm working on today, related to the IP thing. So most of the time you don't actually need an IP address for the type of stuff you're doing, because usually you're doing it over HTTPS, but the one caveat to that is SSH, because you're going to need SSH access in order to put files on your server and such. Either that or it has to be on a shared drive that you have SCP access to or something. So we'll figure out what the different mechanisms are. But the point being that we need to be able to use fewer IP addresses and get the same amount of work done. And this could be will be a differentiating factor for us in the space. And so I'm looking at multiplexing SSH over HTTPS with Caddy. I've done this before. I've done it for Telebit, but Telebit's kind of a different use case than this is. Telebit's more of a from one to the other type of use case, whereas here we want to be able to have batchable API configurable. And I think I do have the API working in that for Telebit. It's just I certainly don't have it well documented, and I don't have it in a way that I could easily install it onto another service in a white label fashion. So that's where I'm going to look at this Caddy config here and see if I can figure this thing out and see what we can do. React in front end and Node for backend related stuff. Okay, so what that would probably be, I'm trying to think about how we should do this, but you would actually have two servers there, because you got one for your static files and another for Node, and we don't want those two paths to cross. Although React presents an interesting use case because it's not compatible with the HTTP spec, and people do. So I guess we'd have to have a custom configuration for that no matter how we slice it. Yeah, React is really bad in terms of it not being compatible with the web standards that we've always had by default. And I guess it's not necessarily React itself, but it's the way people use React to create React app. It sets up bad routing rules that require you to have your 404 page be index.html, which obviously is not ideal. But whatever. We'll, yeah, we got to handle that case. But yeah, you'd probably have an API server and a web server. And we would probably include some amount of web server as part of when you get an API server. Not sure how exactly we'd use that. But yeah, Node, we want to target, I think, Node, Zig, and Rust, and Go as our the types of applications we want, because we want applications that are concurrent by default. Also, I was toying with the idea of one thing that a lot of Node developers do wrong is they start out with one instance. But you need to start out with 2 instances. You need to always be running 2 instances of your application. And the reason for this is you are putting bugs in your application that you don't know are there. Because when you run just 1 instance of Node, everything looks like it works. But then when you run 2 instances, you find out where the bugs are, typically it's memory sharing issues. Okay, so for this, let's see, what do I need to do? I think I'm gonna spin up another system. Well, I've got a Caddy system. Let me see if I can remember what I did, because I think I can PCT enter or something. I think I can get into it that way. Let me go check and see where this is. So I have my Proxmox up here. I need to get an automatic delete working. And let's see. Let me just try to log into one of these things. So if I'm not mistaken, I can do SSH root at 192.168. I think it's .0.14. No, is it? It might be. Is it 1.14? That might be it, or it might not be. Let me see what my. Let me see if I can get into the Caddy one. Summary, where's IP address at? Options, DNS, network. Oh, network, here we go. DHCP address. Okay, so let me figure out, if I can, what DHCP address this thing is getting. So I'm going to log into my router real quick. And let's go take a look. Client devices, do we have any that don't make sense, that are new devices? Let's see, that one's wired. Does not say IP address here. Might have to start that one up again. Might have to refer back to some notes that I don't know where I put them. Okay, so let's see from here. Do I have a notes? I do have some notes. Okay, that's how to destroy the thing. Alright, that's how I got the TrueNAS. That's how add disks directly to VM. Delete all traces of an LXC. Let me see in my history here. Let's just go back. Oops, history, PCT. Okay, enter. IPA. Okay, 68. Let me see if that shows up in here, because I don't actually see that in my list. Interesting. And that's .1.68. I do not see that in this table. Maybe do I need to refresh it? Let me refresh real quick. 1.68. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to try this. I probably need to change that to be not dynamic. Hey-oh! Alright, cool. So we're in. Good. I don't think I actually put anything in here yet, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. And I think that this was an Ubuntu instance, which is not what we really need, but it's going to be fine. Let me see. Did I have the user set up on this yet? Okay, good. So I do have a bin for Caddy. Let's see. .local bin Caddy. Yeah, we've got Caddy, but I'm going to need to use xcaddy, I think. Let me go ahead and grab Go Essentials. Ooh, 1.20. How nice. Okay. So what are you up to, Vishnu? Other than watching this, what have you been up to today? Oh, there it is. Interesting. What is the MAC address on this thing? What does it think it is? Or say it is? Let me scroll back up. Oh. 1680 FF. 1680 FF. Okay, got it. Double check. Okay, nothing there. Good. So I'm actually going to restart this once it's done downloading and everything. Okay, because I think we're going to need to use xcaddy, because it seems like the Caddy build server isn't working right now, as far as I can tell. And let me close out some of these windows, because I got too many things open here. My eyes! Yeah, that's all. I need one thing I need to figure out is how to understand what the Proxmox CPU limits are, because there was a command that basically tells you what your CPU power is, and then you, I guess, divide that by 10, and then that gives you your percent. That's what 100% would be or something. I don't remember exactly, but they basically have a way that you can define how many gigahertz or megahertz or whatever each CPU has dedicated, each container has dedicated, and I want to learn how to use that. All right, so Caddy layer 4. Where's modules? It can be added by our download page. Due to multiple outstanding bugs in Go command, we are aware some downloads may hang or fail. In the meantime, this download page comes with no guarantees or SLAs. Sorry for the inconvenience. Interesting. Huh. Okay, so I guess we got to use Caddy. I don't really want... I wish I could avoid this, but whatever. The Caddy command. I go ahead to releases here. And see if we've got an asset. I need to add FreeBSD... Well, want to Webby. Linux, AMD 64, tar GZ, that's us. Also should add Caddy, period. Alright, so curl-o, let me do this. Curl-o. Caddy. What? Oh. I need to add -L. There we go. That makes more sense. So Caddy goes into bin. Make it executable. And now figure out how to build. Okay. That should actually be Caddy build, not build Caddy, but we'll fix that later. So there's a number of modules that I want to include with this. Most notably, I think DocDNS and name.com. So let's go back to modules. Actually, I might add Cloudflare in there too. I don't need it for this, but I need it for something else, and it would be good if I could just grab it from the same place rather than having, or just use one build for multiple use cases rather than having a build per use case. Because the use cases are just not that distinct. Cloudflare H. H was a typo. Alright, name.com. What? No name.com? What? Huh. All right, we got DigitalOcean though. Let me go ahead and grab that one as well. And then what else do we need? Name.com, DigitalOcean, Cloudflare. What was the... wasn't there another one? Actually, I'll go with GoDaddy too. Oh, and DuckDNS. Right. Copy. All right, so hopefully this will work. Way too many dependencies. Things are getting a little too cray-cray. Okay. Well, while that's doing stuff, I need to go check on the kids real quick. So I'm just going to put up the be right back. And I'm just going to throw up bio break. That's not what I'm doing, but I'll be right back in just a minute. I'm going to put the 5-minute timer on. I don't think that I'm going to need 5 minutes, but we'll see. Well, I suspect that they're still asleep, but if one is awake and wondering where I am, then I will have to put them back to bed. Most likely that's not the case, but my wife is out helping a friend, and so she's not there to have her listening ear. I'll be right back. not a peep in the house as it should be. So, all good. But my wife asked me to check on him every hour. She's probably going to be out a little bit late tonight because she's helping with the home improvement project. With one of her friends converting a playroom, and they're doing it after the kids go to bed. All right. Oh, still downloading. Let me take that away and take the timer away. There we go. So we wait. But while we wait, I can figure out some other things. So let's figure out what's going on with 104 here. Enter 104. Oh, whoops. Oh, wrong. I don't know if this even has SSH installed. I think I picked an image which might not. Yeah. Okay, so there is an authorized key file, but there was no SSH. Alright, so I gotta figure out how to rectify that. I wonder if I can just do... There was a convert to templates. Have I come across anybody who's an avid Java enthusiast? I don't think so. I think there's people who are enthusiasts of the JVM, but not necessarily of Java. Interesting. Let's go ahead and shut this down then. Alright, we're going to go ahead and shut this down the old-fashioned way. And let's keep an eye on our Caddy build. No! Why is this an internal error? Okay, we're just going to try without GoDaddy then. Oh. That may have just happened because it was the last one, not because it had anything to do with GoDaddy. But let's try again anyway. See if this works. I might have to walk it back to just L4. if we have more trouble. Wait, why is it downloading more stuff again? That doesn't make sense to me. Why is it downloading? It just downloaded. Okay, anyway. So over here, this is now down, which means now we can do a clone. Alright, so now here's our clone. We could start it. Maybe, or maybe not. Alright, now it's running. Okay, great. So, the problem with that is that it's going to have the same IP address, right? Can we edit this? Let's shut it down and see if we can edit this. I would imagine that when it clones and it templates, it keeps some of this stuff available for editing. Alright, so let's make it 13 here. Alright. And then let's see convert to template. So now I want to create a container. We'll call it testy11. And the password is... Let's see, can I... Oh, it has to be something... Alright, well, there's password 123. Password 123. That doesn't seem quite right. Summary. Resources. Root disk. Add mount point, that would make sense. Network. Options. Convert to template. It is a template. Replication needs at least 2 nodes. Firewall. Permissions. Okay. I'll have to figure out how to use this as a template. I don't think we can run this, right? Yeah, we don't run it. Okay, I don't see it in the list here, so I'm not sure what to make of that. So that's neither here nor there. That was just something I wanted to figure out. Alright, so we'll go ahead and start this one again. Actually, I want to start this and see if it starts up on the right IP address, because I did change its IP address. will it know internally that its IP address has changed? That's the question. Oh. Let me do this again. I'm going to do a clone of this. And this is going to be testy2. Oh, okay, Trinas is there. Testy11. Okay, and I want to change its IP address to be 21 here. And the MAC address, I suppose, needs to be different too. I can just give that auto, I suppose. Okay. All right, let's start this up and see if it responds to the IP address 21 or not. Okay, and let's see if Caddy's done doing whatever it's doing. Okay, good. It built... Oh, okay, so it... Is it downloading everything into a temporary folder every time? I kind of don't like that. I would prefer that it... I mean, I do like that, but I don't like the idea of global packages being re-downloaded every single time they're needed. That's the idea I don't like. Okay, IPA 21. Okay, cool. So that looks like that worked. And then do we have same authorized keys? We do. Okay, so interestingly... That carried over its authorized keys. I wonder what would happen if I specified a different one when I set it up. I can figure that out later. I'm just learning stuff about Proxmox here. Okay, now back to Caddy. So where did Caddy go? Build complete. It went right here. Alright, so this one goes into Ben Caddy. And I actually want to remove local bin caddy and local op caddy. And then let's create a serve directory. And let's see what we can do. Should be maybe, I don't know what the convention is for Caddy JSON files. But let's go and see if this will work. Where was it at? Alright. Logs at a debug level. Okay, I was interested. Sorry, I missed the comment here. I was interested because it feels like Go has taken the mantle from Java for backend dev, further relegating the language to only enterprise work. The mantle. I don't know. I think that Go is a different solution than Java. But I also think it's a much better solution than Java. Alright, do we have Prettier installed on here? We do. So, can I get... indent 2. Can we do that? Oh, I think I don't actually have them Prettier installed. .prc.json tab width. That's what it's supposed to be. Tab width. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, so we're going to listen on localhost. We're going to listen on 443 directly. Let's see, what was it? Set cap net bind. Okay. So we're going to be able to define directly there. Interesting. Handler TLS. Uh-oh, servers example. What does that mean? Crap. I guess this is so it can be referenced by a name. I think this was actually a poor choice of API design. This should have been an array. Because I'm guessing in the API it's accessed as /apps/layer4/server/example, which I guess if that's the way it's being, okay. If this is describing routing, maybe I don't disagree then. /listen routes handle TLS handler proxy localhost 2012. Oh, interesting. Okay. There's some work I'm going to need to do here. SRV0. So why is it called example rather than SRV0 up here? So there's apps. TLS, SSH. So are these arbitrary names then? Oh. Okay, I think that this is actually different. I think this is for the Caddy SSH module, which maybe I need to try out. Okay, this does not do what I wanted. I think. I'm actually not sure if this does what I want or not. This might be okay though. It might not be what I wanted, but it might be all right. Okay, grace period servers. Well, I guess we could have... I think. I might have to take a different approach on this. This is not SNI based routing. I thought that this was going to be SNI based routing, but this is not SNI based routing. but this could potentially still work. Question is, does this localhost refer to this localhost? And I think the answer is going to be yes. Okay. Alright, so I do not think that the example provided does what I was hoping. Oops, conf. There we go. Error loading initial config. Is there another module that I need? Let me go look for more Caddy Layer 4 modules. L4 SSH. Alright, this has SNI based routing right here. This is what I want. So I want a combination of the two. L4, no. Okay, there it is. Ah, crap. Is this going to have to rebuild the whole thing and download everything all over again? Because that process is so slow. I want the benefits of caching and whatnot, you know? Let's see if the Xcaddy documentation has anything about caching. Because I really don't like... I mean, this is a benefit of Go, right? Go is already isolated. You don't need to further isolate it. Oh, that's... Okay, let's do a couple of things here. Interesting. Okay, so we need a matcher and we need a handler. Hey, what's up, Elon? Okay, let's see. Let's work our way backwards a little bit here. L4 TLS. That's a handler. What about a matcher? Okay, that's L4 SSH. So the matcher and the handler have the same module. Modules L4, modules L4 TLS. Okay. Modules L4 SSH. Okay, let's try it again. All right, what did I do wrong? Oh, this one is /modules, but not /layer4. All right, so we're building Caddy with SNI matching support, which it calls TLS matching, which I guess that might be the more appropriate name because it might be matching other aspects of TLS other than just SNI. Oh, okay, wait, there's a built-in SNI matcher? This is not helpful. I wish there were examples. I am curious to see what the business pricing is. No business pricing. Sad. Okay, the ability to match TLS connections. Grr. All right. Okay. All right, so this was merged in. This is merged. Okay. All right. I got a take-home assignment, build a small API in Golang. We'll be using the Gen framework, but confused about folder structure. Any resources? Yeah. And let me see if the good audio went live for... hold on. Let me see real quick. If this actually got uploaded. Dang it. Okay, I need to figure out what's going on here. Because there should have been... I have the bad audio. You can listen to it with the bad audio. But we have the good audio. We finally got that. Where is Go West? So this one right here, this version has a bad echo in it, but we have the good version. But I'd also recommend not using Gen, but using Chi, because Chi is more idiomatic Go. But that's my hello Go talk right there. What's up? Has it been a while for me or been a while for you? Could have been a while for either. And I don't remember your username. Okay, been a while for you. So my apologies, Houghton. I don't remember you. But welcome back. Okay, please tell me it's not going to download all this over again. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's try to put this one in place. Move Caddy to bin Caddy. Caddy run config. Oh, this is annoying. Alright, let's see if we can figure out all of our handlers. Handle TLS, handle proxy. We probably need to handle SSH as well. Okay. Oh wait, that looks like it did work. Okay, never mind. All right, let's try again. Something's working. Well, that's good. All right, so let's see if we can get this hooked up with DuckDNS. So that deserves a little fanfare. One battle, won. All right, so we're going to get DuckDNS set up here. So let's call this proxmox.duckdns. It'll be interesting to see if that... Okay, good. I'm glad that's taken. PVE1. That's kind of funny. What is this one? What do we have here? LXC100. Nice. Linux Container 100. We've got it. Okay, what happens right now when I go to this IP address? Okay. So I'm going to swappy doodle this so that I need to do this on the router real quick. I forget if it's under firewall and security. I think that's where it's at. Forwarding rules. HTTP. Okay. All right, now I need to check out my SSH config real quick. I'm going to see if we can... So right now, we're not doing any routing. We just built it. The sample config file, all it does is go back to SSH, if I understand correctly. So we need... Let me open this on the other screen for a second. First of all, let's go check out S-Client here. I literally created this so that it would be easier to document how to use SSH with this type of the thing where I'm for multiplexing SSH over HTTPS. So it looks like I can get the first thing done on a port basis right now. Oh, and there's another thing I need to add here. Create new forwarding rule. Port 22.443. Forward IP. Forward port 22.443. Okay, good. Give me just a second here. All right, so this is what we're looking at. Just so you can see, this is what my SSH config looks like. So I'm defining a host, LXC100, the user is app, the host name is LXC100, .dns.org, port is 22.443, and then proxy command sclient h. So let's try this. Fingers crossed. Not working. Wait a minute. Oh. So I need to change that config a little bit. So the config that I told you is wrong. It should be instead 22.443. Let's try that. I'm glad I put a good help message in there. Oh. Let's see. It's running, right? Okay, let me try a little telnet here. Oh, we don't have telnet? Oh, do we do 22.443? Okay, let me see what's up. I wonder... Oh, I might not have changed the IP address yet. Let me run on this and see what we got. Ah! Helps if I shut it down, so that it can get the IP address that it's supposed to have. Alright, so I'm also going to update my config to have this. So here's what my SSH config looks like when I have LXC100 local. Okay, cool. So I get in. Great. Now let's try again from over here. Oh, good. Ah, yes. So we've only just got in, and I haven't actually run the Caddy command, so this makes perfect sense. Okay, this is much better. All right, now that's not what I expected, though. Connection closed by remote host. Interesting. Well, wait. First it said may not be accepting connections. So let's figure out what's going on here. Let's see if from itself it can get connected. So that would be a good thing to try here. I may have done this wrong. Let me see. Okay, 22.443. That's saying connect to this host on 22.443. All right, first let's do SSH pub key. And then let us go ahead and add that to authorized keys. All right, and then let's just go through the rounds here. So SSH localhost. So can it get into itself? Yes, it can. Okay, great. All right, config, hostname, localhost. Okay, it can log into itself this way. Cool. All right, so this is good. And then if I were to change the port here, then this should fail. Good. Okay. So we can log into itself. Why is the key verification failing? I'm going to try this again over here. Port. Okay, host name. All right, so let me get out of here for a second. Okay, this needs to stay up and running. All right, so if I just SSH 192.168.0.4 by IP address, I get in. Great. And what if I do just O proxy command equals... Do I still get in? No. -P22443. I'm a little confused here. May not be accepting connections. But did we not just see that it was? Oh! Duh, it's binding to localhost. This is why it's not accepting connections. I think. I think it's binding to localhost. Listen. Yeah. That needs to be listen 0.0.0. There we go. All right, let's make sure that it can still connect to itself. All right, it can still connect to itself, which means that other things should be able to connect to it this way too. All right. Okay, but this is where the match is probably not working correctly. No, listen here. So... Alright, let's see. Can we get it to connect to itself? Alright, it can still connect to itself. Great. Handler, upstreams dial, local host, 22. Once it gets in. And actually, you know what? I think, if I'm not mistaken, we don't need the port on here at all. Because it's going to get the port... Oh, no. Oh, whoops. Yeah, because port's going to be overwritten by the proxy command. So we don't need port there at all. Let me go ahead and remove that from these. Okay, so it can SSH into itself. Why? Oh, I probably need to use sclient-k. That's probably what I need to do. Because it trusts its own certificate, because Caddy puts its own certificate in its own certificate chain. What? TLS error. Let's try sclient 192.168.0.4 22443. Why is it saying that? Is it running or is it not running? No certificate available. Layer 4 handling connection. Okay. So that didn't quite work. Alright, now I see where the problem is. It needs a TLS certificate handler. And I don't know how to do this with duckDNS and JSON. Okay, let's try it this way. Excellent. So now... Yes! Alright. We're getting closer. Excuse me while I pick my nose. I think what I need to do is I need to find another Caddy file that I can do the adopt command on. But we're getting there. So we're now at the point where it is handling the connection. but just on a port basis. So this is okay. So I think what we need to do is to find a matcher. Do we have SNI? TLS. All right, let's see what the JSON looks like. Matchers raw. Okay, match TLS. Okay, connection policies. Match SNI maybe? Okay, so if I do this, then localhost should still work, but the other one should fail. So let's try, can it connect to itself still? Yes. But now it should not be able to connect from the outside. Excellent. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. I think what we're going to end up being able to do, let's see. Is So at the very least, we can run it on a different port. We can also potentially put it on a different... okay, so I do want to reverse see this real quick. So now I want to say, okay, you're allowed to match 192.168.0.4, but you're not allowed to match localhost. And then this should have the opposite effect. So now I should not, this should fail, good. And this should succeed. Okay, so we might need another one. We may need to have default SNI. Let's see about this. Because what may be happening is when you use the -K option, then it... let's see if we can tell what happened here. Server name, empty. Right. So when you do -K, it gets rid of the server name. Alright, so connection policies, match. So default SNI is at the same level as match. That doesn't seem right. So let's try this though. Let's try... I'm going to get rid of the -K on this one. Server name. Kex exchange. Okay. Dang it. How do we comment something out here? Alright, let's see if we can get back to a working state. Alright, so we're back to a working state here. So we need to copy this config as works. And I'm doing a little bit of indirection while I'm renaming here to prevent myself from messing things up for myself. But this is config dot by port. Oops. I'm just going to go back to the issue real quick. Where was it? Okay, just writing some instructions. Okay. See. Or L4 TLS, L4 SSH, L4 proxy. Using DuckDNS as an example. Okay. Terminate TLS. Okay. Arbitrary name. So my SSH TLS is an arbitrary name. Let's see, 192.168.0.4 is the IP of my server. .0.0.0 means that the server is listening for TLS SSH on any network interface. On port 22443 because it consumes the entire port. No multiplexing yet. Localhost is for the network connection, not indicative of host name or SNI, etc. Working this out now. Due to how S client okay, I want to try with S client with OpenSSH S client or OpenSSL S client. All right. This doesn't really have to do with Caddy SSH / Caddy SSH at this point, but since As involved here, I want to provide the solution here as well. Is okay, LED, is that LED when it's past tense? Lead, LED. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. Broken due to Go bug. Okay, install Caddy. Okay. So I wonder, how do we... Apps layer 4 TLS. I can figure that out later. Okay, so we're at a good place. But we're not quite 100% there. So what I need to do next is I need to adopt a Caddy config that uses duckDNS, and I think I've got one of those here locally that I can try that out with. Okay. Gosh. Where did it go? Let's see. Ooh. Hey. That looks good. Oh, what's up? How's it going? What is that? VK? VK, how you doing? Microseconds are a valid time unit? Might want to think that one. Rethink that one. All right, DuckDNS, API token. Can we use the... All right. Can we still use... env templates? The documentation is in a challenging state. No, take me to the module documentation. Where's the documentation for this module? This one. API token. This is not good. Let me try adapting a file here. We're just going to go into a bogus directory. I'm going to call this ducktls. I'm going to run this. Maybe I don't even know if that's how that's used. Oh, this is so frustrating. Okay, let me go look at my cheat sheet for Caddy. I don't think I have TLS in my cheat sheet. So I'm not sure how this should be done. Let's try this. I need to add that. Caddy fumped Caddy file. Well, duh. All right. What do we have? Overwrite. There we go. All right. Caddy adopt Caddy file. Adapt. Holy moly, that's a huge block of goodness. All right, so API token, so we still can use this. Holy crap. Okay, so now I understand how the syntax sugar rolls. Syntax sugar. Whatever, none of that's actually important. Well, it kind of is. Yeah, this one's tough. So, several years ago, before Caddy had an API, back when I was trying to convince them that they needed an API, I was trying to do something similar to this. So Telebit was around at that time, I believe. Okay. Group. Why is it called Group 2? Where there is no Group 1. So interesting. Routes, match, API. Okay, I think I see what's happening here. This almost could teach me I'm not quite seeing how I could reverse engineer this back into a Caddy file. But I feel like I ought to be able to. Because what's happening here? Handle. This just... Something about this doesn't seem right. It seems like it should be matching path. So this is group, handle, handler, reverse proxy. It seems like this... Let's see, at what level is this? Routes. It seems like this should be up at the same level. It looks like there's an implicit subroute that's created. Probably because of this group. But even that group I don't think is necessary. I think that we could trim this quite a bit. This is neither here nor there, I guess, for what we're doing now. Okay, terminal is true. Why is it called terminal, not terminate? Terminal means once it gets there, that's the end of it. Not quite clear. HTTP. Yeah, I'm really lost on this one. Can we have a submatcher? Layer 4. Handler TLS. Oh, okay. I think I get it. So the TLS can handle some stuff. And then, so TLS is going to handle it, and then it's going to waterfall into the proxy handler. Okay, this is actually, yeah, this is similar to the Telebit config as well. Alright, that makes sense. So what I need to figure out is how do we have some... Okay, let's go look down here. So automation, policies, subjects, issuer, challenges. Wait, why is this... I'm confused as to why this is... Oh, okay. That's in here twice. Why is it called module Acme? Provider... What? Oh, because 0SSL has its own API apart from Acme. Got it. Okay, that's why that way. Okay, understood. But then this one doesn't specify which Acme. It seems like it should. Ah, this stuff's hard to do. I'm not complaining when I said this stuff's hard to do. I'm not complaining about the config file. I'm recalling I have done this. I've written Greenlock for Node, which is essentially the Node Caddy. And getting all this stuff right is challenging. But I don't think I have multiple issuers in that. I don't think if I do. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of config and it's just hard to figure it out. Okay, so we got policies, subjects. Certificates, policies, and this one has an issuers, but it doesn't have a subjects. Let me see if we can just move this internal. Automate, certificates automate. All right, let's see if this still works. Can I still connect to myself? Yes. Can I still connect? There, yes. Alright, so the next thing we're going to try then is so first is, what do we call that? DuckDNS, okay, DuckTLS. DuckDNS API token. And does Caddy have the option to read ENV files? Let's see. And let's grab our DuckDNS token here. And what? How's it going, everybody? Y'all still alive? Alright, can I still connect to myself? Yes. Can I still connect to myself from over here? Yes. Okay, good. So that didn't break anything. And I think I restarted this, right? I'll just double check. Okay, good. I did restart it. Alright, so we're going to restart it again in just a second. So here's an entirely separate policy. I really hope that this still works. That it doesn't require the token to be in the JSON. Certificates. Alright, so now how do I test this? Okay. So it doesn't look like it broke. Alright, but now we should be able to additionally connect. Let's just try sclient lxc100.duckdns.org. Whoops. TLS error. No certificate available. Alright, so I'm a little bit confused then about the nature of this config file. Because it seems as though this doesn't do anything important. I'm guessing. So I'm going to remove that. Put that in my config.json.other. TLS policies. Something like that. And let's see if this will still load. Let's see if now this... Alright, why is it complaining? No certificate available. Okay. So does that mean I just need to add this to the it seems redundant to say certificates automate. But let's go ahead and try it this way and see if that works better. Okay, debug warn, missing email address. All right, let's try something else. Let's try in our JSON config. Let's try to get rid of our template here. Put that in directly. Okay, that looks like... I can't tell. No certificate available. Why? Okay, now it worked. All right, so I have the suspicion. Oh, this stinks. It looks like env file reads are broken with the JSON API. Let's see if we can find something else. JSON env. What's going on? Okay. Caddy speaks plain. Okay. Okay. Caddy adapt shows envs in config but can't use them. Here's my Caddy file. Here's the JSON it spits out. Oops, I don't know why I did SH there. The problem is that it doesn't actually respect the templates. Appears to be that the JSON file env template is not respected. Instead, the literal string seems to be sent as the token. Okay, so where's my Caddy file? Oops. Okay, and then let's run the adapt on this. Actually, we're gonna make that a little bit simpler. So we're just gonna get rid of this part, and we're gonna run Caddy adapt on this. Module. This doesn't seem right. 0 SSL. Oh no, it does. Okay. Does that support it? Or maybe it's trying to use zero SSL, or at least I tried a few times with that config and it didn't work, but when I swapped with that config and saw duck DNS API errors, but when I swapped the literal token in place, it did work. I suppose it could also be if that actually does work, if the templates don't have a bug, then maybe it happened to choose 0 SSL, and I don't know that DuckDNS supports generic TXT updates in a format that 0 SSL could use for their non-Acme API. Since I would like to keep config and secrets separate from one another. For example, I should be able to rotate a secret without changing in a secrets vault without changing the config file. If my committed config file security concerns, if I can commit my config file with templates, then run some command to update them, that could work too. Caddy JSON config. Caddy's native config language is JSON. That's a lie. I mean, I guess it's not. It's no. Caddy's native config language was the Caddy file. JSON was the afterthought. Otherwise, it would look different. Oh. But that is kind of cool that there's... Oh, okay. Add standard in. But I can't find the documentation for this. I'd assume it would be that I haven't found the documentation in my initial searches. In my searches thus far. I assume it would be something like curl-ag post localhost admin Oops, TLS. Automation, issuers, 0. Acme. Challenges, DNS. Provider, API token. I actually want to be able to have multiple providers, I would think, but yeah, whatever. Oops. Oops. Let's see. Okay. Example. Okay, so I think with that, let me change this config.json. I think that is not necessary. Okay, let's try this again. Bring this back up. Oh, whoops. Wait, did I run this correctly last time? Maybe I didn't run it correctly. Oh! Okay, I need to make another one real quick. I need to be able to confirm or deny that this was my screw up. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna do oops. We need to sign back in with Google. Okay, let's see 101. Add domain. So we're gonna swappy doodle this, and hopefully I can go back on my words there and say, yep, oh, that was my goofo. Everything's fine. Oh, that's weird. localhost. Alright, let's put it this way. Okay, and now I'm actually going to change this up a little bit. I'll try this. Okay, we can expect that error to happen. No certificate available, that's fine. I guess we do need that automate config. I'm so confused about this. It seems redundant. Alright, so we got the automate in there. Error, obtain, malformed. Okay, let's try this again. Uh-oh! Bad cop, what's going on? Oh no. I'm scared. I'm not doing anything wrong. The hacking I'm doing is perfectly legal. All of these TLS certificates will be valid by the end of the day. Alright, so this is not working. Alright. API tokens there. So I'm going to swap out. Okay, I'm going to try this one more time. We'll run it again. Wait, now it's working. You're just here for the API tokens? Yeah. Go ahead and you can use Text Sniper to grab this one real quick. If you're not familiar with Text Sniper, boy, do you need to be. It makes it so you can grab text off of somebody's screen live. You just press pause. Watch, I'll show you how you do it. Command-Shift-2, and then check this out. Boom. Now I can just paste this in the chat. Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't type it. No, be a loser. Alright, LCX 101. Okay, so this has to be here. This is very confusing to me. This just seems really redundant that I'd have to specify automate and then automate again. Alright, so that's working. Okay. Alright, let's go back, see if we can get back to the errors. I can't see the error. Okay. Huh. Okay. All right, I'm gonna clear this out entirely. I'm gonna clear this out. We're gonna try this one more time. So I'm gonna try this again with the next host, LXC102. Okay. So we're gonna try this again. Everything stops. We're gonna update the JSON file, LXC101. I'm going to change it to 102. Okay. And let's see what happens here. I have a suspicion. As to what's happening here. Here's how I run Caddy. All right, I'm sure about this, right? I'm gonna try this one more time. Certificates automate. I'm going to pull that out of there. I'm going to put this in here so I can copy it back when need be. Alright. I'm going to let it sit. Just let it sit for a minute. Alright, it's doing nothing. I'm going to tell it to engage. No certificate available. All right, I'm going to try again. Same thing. All right, I'm going to cancel this. And I'm going to try this again. Cancel this. I'm going to try it again. Alright, so I'm pretty darn sure that that config file is wrong. So, Bad Cop, what are you up to? Other than going around scaring people? Huh? Intimidating the masses. So unjustly. Alright, there we go. So now we put it in there for the automate. You did nothing wrong. Your name is wrong. You gave a little emoji of a cop character. What? Yeah. I see you must be on a Twitch Premium subscription or something. I don't know how you get custom emojis. I guess. Okay, yeah. I wish I could make it about 10 times bigger so I can see it easier. Alright, so wait, did I copy this already or did I not? Okay, I did copy this, so we're going to run it again correctly. Alright, we're going to give it a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was probably about 5 seconds, but now I'm talking and I gave the preamble, so it's a good 10 seconds. Added certificate to cache. Alright. Now it's griping. Handling connection. No certificate available. Successfully downloaded certificate chains. Okay. Well, that's not going to work. Oh, that sucks. Actually, it appears that Caddy L4 can't handle dynamically provisioned certificates. Perhaps this issue should be retitled and moved there. I'm not sure if that's because Caddy proper isn't making them available, or if Caddy L4 isn't asking nicely. Let's see. All right, full log. Just from your channel. Yeah, I don't get enough viewers to get that fancy. Or maybe I don't have enough viewers because I'm not that fancy. Seemingly relevant log snippets. Okay, let me go grab added certificate to cache. Info. Challenge accepted. Validations. Request. Successfully downloaded certificate chains. I'm probably going to end up having to write this code myself. I will see, but I can't spell relevant anymore, by the way. Relevant. Is it like this? Is this how it's spelled? Relevant. 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 Oh, whoops. Relevant. Okay, that would help. Relevant. Okay, it's not all E's. I don't know why it looked wrong. Probably because I'd spelled it wrong in some other way. Okay. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I did this wrong, didn't I? Did I do this wrong? Oh. Alright, never mind. My test request. Alright, that's why it didn't work. Okay, so this is working. Hallelujah. Thank goodness. I don't have to worry about myself. So maybe the first time was actually that maybe I was missing the env file. Who knows? But the good news is that we have a working config. So I'm happy about this. Yeah, it is a vicious cycle. I think you're right. So what do you do? Or other going around policing Twitch channels? Are you a programmer? What brings you to the channel today? Are you doing ops stuff? Alright, it was my fault. It was my fault. But, you know what? I don't regret making the issue because somebody's going to have a similar mistake or something, and then, you know, they'll come along to it and they'll say, oh, yeah, maybe I need to change that myself. Alright, so this is good. Weird sorts of computery things. Sweet. Well, my buddy and I, we're building our own DigitalOcean. So are you familiar with DigitalOcean? Okay, this is good. I'm happy about this. I'm very, very happy about this. You give them dollars sometimes? Great. So, I don't necessarily want you to give us your dollars instead, but I kind of want you to give us your dollars instead. But there's probably not a good reason to, because we don't really have much in the way of a competitive advantage right now, because we're just building this and we're figuring it out. But basically, we get to skip the last 10 years. So they have to deal with all the free accounts they gave away and the investors that want their money back and the crufty junk that they built between the time that they had to do things the way that they had to do them and the advancements in the Linux kernel that are available today, you know, all of that sort of stuff, right? So the problem with VC-backed companies in general is that at some point, you know, they give away lots and lots and lots of stuff for free, but then when they come to collect, what they do is they just charge you through the nose. So there was a tweet today. I want to show this tweet if I can. Let's see. Let me bring this on over to this here. So this is my beef. So, yeah, monthly estimate, $5,000. So I priced out this server. To buy the server once is not $5,000, right? And then actually with that number of CPUs, then yes. But what you could do is you could just buy multiple servers to get that number of CPUs. That is a really high number of CPUs. But actually it says it's vCPUs. So you could imagine that each of these vCPUs is probably dedicated 500 megahertz advertised as 1 gig. So divide that by 2 and maybe even divide it by 4 because they might be counting hyperthreading in a vCPU. What does that mean? It's not the full CPU core. So if they're just saying, well, we're going to price a dedicated CPU core as 4 CPU cores, which is probably something like what they're doing. I don't know what 176 divides into because that seems like a really weird number. 88. That's exactly what they're doing. That is exactly what they're doing. So what they're doing is they're running a 22 core system. So they're running a dual CPU that has 22 cores. So it has 44 cores total. And then they're just dividing. So they're just saying that because it's a 2.2 gigahertz CPU, this is exactly what they're doing. Now that number makes perfect sense. Because before I was thinking 170, what is it? Yes. So they are doing exactly what I said. They are advertising a 2 gigahertz CPU as 4 vCPUs, which makes sense. That's industry standard stuff. But it's, so it seems like, wow, that's a lot of CPU, but no. So you spec this thing out on eBay. So let's go to eBay real quick. So here's their server. It's an R630. It's a 22 core and it's got it's got 512 gigs of RAM, but then only 352 is available because they need to use a lot for the virtualization software and sharing it across multiple computers. So let's, if we go and price this out, and it might not be an R630. Okay, that price is a little bit higher than what I was looking at before. Oh, that's a 3.2 as well. And then let's look at the V4. So we're getting the most efficient server here. So there you go. So $1,000, and you're going to need to pay somebody that's going to cost $200 or $300 an hour to get it configured. And they're going to spend 1 day on it, and it's going to be configured, and then it's going to work forever, right? So you spend $2,000-$3,000 once, and then your ongoing cost on this is going to be about $150 a month to co-locate it. I mean, and that's throwing in some extras in there. That's being quite generous. It could be as low as just $75 a month, but I'm saying 150 because you're going to do whatever. So you're looking at something that the cost of it to install, configure, and then maintain. You can just get somebody at the co-location center to do the maintenance for you. Okay. And so you're looking at a $1,000 computer that's being charged at $5.5K a month, but with a promotion, it's free, right? This is what the VC-backed companies do, is they give away a bunch of stuff that they can't afford for free to prove the model and to acquire all the customers. But then they have to switch over to this model where they charge as much per month as the entire purchase and installation process would be for the year. So they're literally 10xing it. And so this is one of the problems. Let me go down here a little ways to where and then the other problem, and this isn't necessarily a problem that most people have with DigitalOcean. It's just my buddy and I, we're getting to the point where we're paying so much in DigitalOcean that we thought, well, what if we just host it ourselves? So we're going to buy 3 servers, maybe 4, because we want to have the same level of redundancy that we would get with DigitalOcean. We're going to pay about $350 a month. We don't need a server that's this powerful for what we're doing. We don't need that whole thing. So we're going to get one that's a bit less powerful than that. Oh, whoops. This is the one that's got 512 gigabytes of RAM. This only has 32 gigabytes of RAM. So, okay. So the price is closer to $2,500, but still the basic principle applies. The one-time cost to configure everything is what they charge per month. Well, the whole year cost of what it would cost to configure and maintain it all. Well, maybe a little. Anyway, it's, you get what I'm saying. But so there's the economies of scale versus economies of SaaS, right? Economies of scale is one banana, $1, 10 bananas, an order of magnitude greater, half the price, just $5. But economies of SaaS is one banana, free. 2 bananas, $5. What? That's more than the cost of a banana. Right? And then 3 bananas call for enterprise pricing. So that's kind of we're offload. We've talked about this a lot, but we've gotten to the point where if we offload what we're paying per month together with ourselves and 2 other friends, if we offload what we pay per month and we put it on our own cluster of 3 or 4 servers that are relatively cheap servers, I think they're going to cost us about $750 a piece. Then now obviously that, that sets us back a couple years at the, $5 a month tier, or, well, no, it doesn't really. Because we still have to pay the co-location costs as well. But anyway, that all aside, we figure maybe we can just get, we don't need to get 1,000 customers. If we get 20 customers, then we can handle that capacity no problem, and we can scale from there. Because once the cluster is set up, it takes 3 computers to start the cluster, but once the cluster is set up, the cluster is actually auto-managing. So the cluster will allocate the virtual machines wherever they need to be allocated. And it'll allocate the storage for them wherever it needs to be allocated. And you can literally just pull the power on any of the servers, and they're going to continue running just fine. And you could pull a few drives out of any of the servers, and it's going to keep running just fine. So I really, really like it's basically the same. I imagine the software that we would be running might even be what DigitalOcean runs. Because DigitalOcean, they certainly could have built their infrastructure themselves, but they might have just bought it from somebody. They may just be. I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you're starting out to just buy someone else's stuff, market it as your own, and then over the years rebuild it into your own so that you can get the vertical integration efficiencies. Anyway, so I think DigitalOcean's great, but we need to have a place. This needs to exist. There needs to exist hosting that benefits from the economies of scale, where if I am saving loads of money, you should also save money. You should not pay more when I'm saving money, because it's priced on necessity, to some degree convenience, but also necessity. So for example, one thing that I don't like about DigitalOcean is if you get a database cluster from them, well, a database cluster, yes, it would take you a couple hours to figure out how to set it up. But you set it up one time, and then you're just going to be paying $15 a month. You don't need a ton of RAM. You don't need a ton of storage. It's not this ongoing maintenance thing. But they charge for their database cluster, their starting out database cluster, they charge $35 a month. But you're using less resources. You're using less RAM, less CPU. So it's so weird that they charge you more. It should be, hey, if all you need is a database, you don't need a general purpose cluster. You just need a database, that's it. We can pretty well estimate and guarantee what your performance on writes and reads and all that stuff is. Like, that simplifies our cost structure. Yeah. If you want to set up 3 general purpose VPSs it's $15 a month. But if you just want to set up a database cluster, it's $750 a month. You know, and then that encourages people, oh yeah, I should use a database cluster instead, because then I get the redundancy, I get the this, I get the that. You know, it's cheaper for them, it's cheaper for me, everything's cheaper all the way around. It's great, right? So that's one of those things where we should be able to benefit from economies of scale, where if realistically you're sharing more CPU, you're sharing more RAM, you're reducing the overhead, then everybody should benefit from that. That it seems to make sense, but in the VC world of SaaS, it doesn't. Because once they get you hooked on something, I don't know. It's a perverse relationship. It's weird. I can understand how it's worth it to me to pay $35 a month, month after month after month after month after month, rather than pay somebody $500 to set it up once. Or spend a couple hours myself to set it up once. But it's just, if we can just script that, shouldn't we be able to make it cheaper? Shouldn't it become a competitive advantage? But it hasn't been. And then there's just the political philosophical thing of, let's have hosting that just doesn't get involved in politics, doesn't donate to political parties, I say that with some asterisks, because I think that there is, if you run a business, you do want to be in contact with the government in some regard in relation to your business, but it should be about your business, not about whatever issues are happening on the streets, or whatever flags people are flying, or whatever people are shouting, or whatever is being retweeted. That's separate. If it's like, hey, you're trying to pass a bill that's going to limit online privacy by forcing people to use IP traffic rather than domain names, and it's going to screw up everything, like what happened back in the early 2000s. Yeah, that it makes sense for a company to lobby, because they're the technical experts and the government's doing it wrong. Like there was the other time when there was the people that were worried about sinking the island by having too many deployments on it. It's just like stuff happens in the government. It's really weird. But the company should be basically, there needs to exist a company that's like, hey, whatever your views, we don't want to know. We don't care. We'll host it for you. It's fine. If it's legal, it's fine. Somebody gets mad at you. Somebody has a hissy fit because they didn't like the words you used. Whatever. Let them get over it. We're not going to cancel your account over it. So I think that kind of thing needs to happen too. So anyway, that's what got me on this path tonight. Of trying to get the Caddy file config figured out, because one of the competitive advantages that we can have, one of the things that's a constraint, and competitive advantages often come from constraints, if not always. Well, I guess there could be a loosening of a constraint, could also be a competitive advantage, but this is both. This is a constraint and a loosening of a constraint that could be a competitive advantage, as I'm starting out with just one server right now on one IP address, and I need to be able to host lots of different sites. All my dev sites, I'm going to move over to this thing to test it out and see how it goes and feel confident. Dog food, right? And so the thing that's going to, since I only have one IP address, I have to be able to SSH into each of these individually. And I don't want to have to set up a bunch of different ports to SSH into. Although I suppose I could do that, and then I could do the handling that way and say this SSH port goes here and there and there. But what I'd actually prefer to do, because I think this is the direction the internet needs to go, because IPv6 is never going to happen. It's been 20 years now. IPv6 is not happening, people. It's not. What is happening is people are doing subnetworks in IPv4. So we have a lot more private networks in IPv4, and one thing that isn't being taken advantage of as well as I believe it ought to be is domain-based routing. SNI is what it's called, server name indicator. So a server name indicator router says, well, I can take TLS, I can wrap, you can wrap pretty much anything in TLS. There's standard tools for this, which is exactly what I was going over this earlier, but this is what Telebit S client is. So if I go, I'm just going to throw this out to y'all. So this, I wrote this. There's other tools that are like this, but I wrote this one because the other ones do a lot of things, and then their config becomes very complicated. And I needed something that could fit in a slide, right? To say, hey, here's how you can do this. Here's how simple it is. So here's how simple this is. You want to wrap SSH and TLS so that you can do SNI routing? Boom. It's this simple. It's this proxy command, sclient %h. So anyway, that brings us back to where we're at now, is that I want to be able to use the domain to both SSH into the server by the domain name, not the IP address, as well as route the traffic to it by that IP address. So I'm looking at doing, at the very least, I would like to do SNI routing, but I think I'd also like to do TLS multiplexing. And TLS multiplexing means once we terminate the TLS and we look at what's inside, we can say, hey, this looks like HTTP. It should go over here to the HTTP server. And we can say, this looks like SSH. It should go over here to the SSH server. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the deal. You can just SSH one and use that as a jump host, but no, because I'm not going to, this is not just me. This is for me and for Ryan, possibly Jojo Byte, another one of Ryan's buddies. So we're collectively going on in this. So we need it to have the security and conveniences of any other hosting service. And we could pay more for the IP addresses, but since I need to prototype it this way for myself, well, I mean, I don't need to. I could do alternatives like what you're suggesting. I could do just to have different ports set up. I could have a jump box, yada, yada. But I like this method, and I think this method will scale really well. So since I have an incentive to try this out, and I think that it will work well, then if we just offer that as the default and we say, okay, here's how you change your SSH config. So when you want to connect to your host, boom, this is it. And this is the same on Windows. The other reason I created sclient is that sclient runs on Windows. So it's very, very easy to say, hey, normally you'd use SSH. For this client, you're going to use SSH-O, and what that looks like in your config file. I don't know if I actually gave an example of the config file here. I should. See, proxy command. Should give an example of the config file, but you just put the config file in there and say, anytime I'm connecting to this, use this proxy command. And then there we go. Very, very simple solution to an otherwise potentially daunting problem. So, anyway. And I would need to provide the documentation for how to do it with OpenSSL and potentially SOCAT as well. Actually, let me go check out, because this guy had a SOCAT example. Multiplexing. He said SOCAT somewhere. Yeah, so this one wasn't bad at all. I don't know about party, but I'll give it a thumbs up. That was helpful. Throw 2 parties on there. But I'm not going to pour my heart out over this. And it doesn't quite get a rocket because it doesn't actually do the whole thing. It serves as a good example, a proof of concept, but it doesn't do the whole thing here. All right. Anyway, so now that I've got this set up with the TLS working properly, I had to stop what I was doing before because I didn't actually have, I was trying to work with local certificates, but because of the way local certificates work a little bit differently, it wasn't working out the way that it needed to in order for this to really work. Okay, so now I'll move forward in just a minute. No, dude. No. Sorry. I wholeheartedly disagree about the jump box is not as convenient. And I don't, because, and then you have to configure 2 systems rather than configuring 1 system, right? I want to be able to say, okay, provision this thing. And, well, I guess I still have to configure 2 systems because I have to configure, but I have to configure the one anyway, right? I have to configure the one that's going to do the the host name routing, the virtual hosting. I have to configure that anyway. So if I can just have that system do both, that's great. But setting up Unix users and all that stuff, I don't want to deal with it. And there's so many security vulnerabilities that pop up from time to time. It's just, we're past the age of multi-user systems. I just don't believe in that anymore. You can provision it just as fast, yes, once you get it set up. Yes, once you have it set up, yes, you run the script. It's the same, but no, I don't want to do that. But it's not just as fast for the user, right? Because they have to now SSH once, SSH twice. I guess you can give them a config that will tell it, hey, if you try to SSH into here, then SSH into there. No, I'm not sure how that would work. Can you do an SSH config where it automatically does the jump? I just like building new stuff. I mean, show me how to do it in a way that's as convenient. I was just thinking about how to solve this problem, and this is how I solved it before, and I'm not actually building anything new here. I'm doing something new. I haven't done it this way before, but I'd already built this for Telebit. It's just that Telebit is not in a good state of documentation. Well, this isn't really in a great state of documentation, but this is in a better state of documentation than Telebit is for that feature. And there's also a bug that's popped up in Telebit. It's a bug that seems to be in Go, but it's due to the way that Telebit is using it, because the way it unwraps and rewraps and reverse proxies the connection in a particular sequence, that I think that Caddy does it in a different way where that isn't a problem. I'm not actually sure about that. It might have the same problem. All right, link me to a jump host config. What do you use to shave your beard? Did you record meat grinder? What? Recode? What? I don't know what you're talking about. What do I use to shave my beard? When I shaved my beard, I used... There's two things. So when the beard is long, when it's a week old, you'd be amazed how well a Bronze Series 7 can work. It doesn't tug and pull. You might get a little bit, but it's not like, ow, ah, 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 oh, ah. It's you can have a week, maybe even 2 weeks worth of beard and be able to do that. But the other thing is the walnut. No, not walnut. Was it the peanut? By wall. I was saying walnut because it's peanut. The wall peanut. Wall peanut. Look, just common shaver. It's just a common shaver. They are not $52. They're like $8 or maybe $15. I don't know why it's... What? No. I am so confused right now. That is not what these things cost. I mean, maybe they do now. But this is pretty much... the wallet is... It's not a... I mean, it's name brand, but it's... I don't think I paid very much for it. I think I paid something like $20 at Walmart. Anyway, the wall peanut. Oh, this is a 5-piece set. There we go. So maybe it's 5 of them? No, that doesn't make sense. No, it's saying that it comes out. This does not make sense. Okay, but we're not talking about hair clipping here. SSH-A-J. One command from your computer. Jump hosts are native. Okay, thanks. All right, yeah, I'll check it out. All right, let me see if I can... I like that. -A-J. That's very neat that it happens to work out that way. Okay. Let me bring this over. I will have to go in a little bit. I want to test this thing now that I got the TLS set up. I want to test it. All right. Yeah. AJ. So apropos. Is A for agent forwarding or something? What is A for? Okay, so what was the dash A about? It doesn't say what that dash A is for. Interesting. Proxy jump. So, I'm going to reveal my ignorance here. I knew of the concept of a jump host. I didn't realize that that was SSH native. I thought that it was the design pattern, if you will. That it was describing the pattern of behavior, not the physical implementation, which I guess it describes both. Oh, cool. Well, I still like it this way because there's a ton of other things that are going to have the same constraints. Database connections. Now, one thing that I'd like to do is I'd like to offer time machine backups. I think that would be really cool. To be able to have a time machine backup that you use the SSH port forwarding to do. That would be really cool. A is for agent. Yeah, that's what I thought. A is for agent, J is for jump host. Yeah, that makes sense. You're a lazy sysadmin. This is your life. Oh, you mean doing the jump host stuff all the time? No, that's cool. That's I'm going to keep this in my back pocket. Now that I understand that it's this simple. Because I was thinking you SSH into one, then you SSH into the other. I just never looked for it before. It's not something that I do super common. But the SNI routing thing is something that I think it's going to come in handy for a variety of different circumstances. Like I said, I think that also some database stuff might end up going this way when you need to debug your database. You'll use the S-client wrapper. But I could change my mind. But thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. That's really useful. I'm gonna try that out with another system that I have. Another system of systems. Okay, so this is all set up. Now what I need to do... So we're going to back this one up again. Alright, config.blah is going to be config.tls 224043.json. Okay. And then what was the next thing that I needed to do? I had that in the config.other, I think. Let me rename this config.json.other to config.next. Okay, so now I need to add back connection policies, and I don't remember exactly what this was, but this was L4 TLS, something like that. All right, so now that we have valid certificates, and I may want to make that available as a backup just in case anything goes wrong with the TLS. So even if I say the primary way to do it is this way, which is what I'm leaning towards, we have a backup way to do it. So, handler, whoops. Okay, lxc102.duckdns.org. And then I'm going to put this in here too, I think. And then the real test will be, can I set up another system? And I'll wait until tomorrow to do this because I need to go to bed. Hunger Games is calling my name. My audiobook right now is the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. So the backstory of President Snow. I think it's about to get to the part where I'm not going to enjoy the character development. Because what would a Hunger Games novel be if not dystopian? You know, it's got to end badly. It can't end well. Well, for a couple of reasons. One, because it's a Hunger Games novel, and it always has to end badly. It has to end on a bitter, sweet note. Or a sweet, bitter note. A failed success. A success that turns out not to be the success that we hoped. Has to end on that note. And we have to be... It's a prequel, so we're leading up to the 75th Annual Hunger Games! Which, you know, we have to develop President Snow into the character who is responsible for that. Okay, so this looks like this should be good. This dial is still going to be good. Connection policies. Okay. So now it should be doing SNI routing. So let me show that again real quick. So connection policies right here, match SNI. This is saying this TLS handler if it matches this. But the other question is this nested? Because it's saying handle this, then handle that. So if this isn't handled, is it still going to go to this afterwards? That might be a problem. And if that's a problem, then I hope that's not the case. But if it's coming in and needs to handle the TLS... this could get really, really nasty. This could get to the point where it needs something that's a little bit more purpose-built. We'll see. Hopefully not. Alright, so now... Alright, that still works. Let me go check this thing over here. LXC102. Yes! Yes! It worked! It worked! Okay. Alright, that was great. Yeah. But now, the moment of truth is going to be... Well, there's a couple of things. One, can we still SSH into itself? No. That's good, because we didn't specify that TLS termination. So that's good. Now the question is, can we get it to go to... For another one... Listen, routes, handle... I'm going to take this back. We're going to make a 103 here. I don't know if this is going to work. This config feels really complex, though. To the point that I'm not sure if this... So does this have the potential for groups? I need to go look at the Caddy file, because I think... handle... Let's see. Is there an example of SNI based routing? Connection policies, match SNI. Okay, where's connection policies? All right, that's there. But then what happens after this? Certificate selection. LPN. Client authentication. See, my worry is the way that this is an array rather than a tree. It looks like, okay, it's going to try this thing and then it's going to try the next thing. And I'm worried about that. Because it doesn't feel like this is a matcher. It feels like this is a top-level handler. But let's see what we can do about matchers. Okay, let's just try it and see if it works. But I have a feeling it's not going to work. So we do need to then update this to where we say subjects 102 and 103. We're going to need to log back into DuckDNS again. And then we're going to need to put this here. This just feels too icky. This doesn't feel right. Config file. There's too much duplication in the config file at this point. But if it works and I can generate it, then fine. But I'm getting that feeling that I'm using something that it's not for the purpose that it may not be designed to do what I'm thinking I want it to do. All right. Okay, so here we go. And can I, on here somewhere... Oh. Is this completely... There we go. Okay, despite the fact I've renamed it. Whatever. AJ versus reverse proxy. Well, AJ versus SNI routing. The documentation for this, it's better than nothing, but it's really, really poor. How is this supposed to be used? Nobody knows. Can I find an example of this? No. No examples for you. Oh, whoops. What is it for? http.server. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So what I need to do here is, where did I say 80? I need to say 3000. Hello. Alright, so we got a web server on 3000. And good. We've got our host pointing to the right place. We've got a different matcher here. So if we can't get to SSH this way with this domain name, but we can get to the web server, and we can't get to the web server this way, but we can get to SSH, then I'm gonna call tonight a success. Otherwise, I'll say, well, you know, we made some progress, but it's not quite at success level. Okay, so all right, let's see what's going on. No TLS server configuration available. I think I know why that is. I think I forgot to add it in a place. Let's see, did I add it? No, I added it here. Look, it's right there. So and it's right there. All right, so I don't know why it would tell me that. Okay, let's make sure that the original is still working. That one's still working. Okay, great. So why is it telling me there's no configuration for this? And my guess is the way that the matcher is set up. And there might be some nested configuration that there's no example for, or it may not work. Okay, routes match. Handle. Okay. It looks like I've got my match at the wrong level. So what if we bring the match up see. I'm in scary territory. What? Let's see. Handshake match. I think this is not going to work, but it might work if I nest it under TLS. I think that's what this is telling me. TLS handshake match. Let me just see if I can find an example. Okay. How do people generate diagrams like this? Okay, match. TLS. Handler subroute. Okay, maybe this is right. Let's try this. Routes. Match. Well, let me just see if this works. I'm just going to try it. First of all, I'm just going to try it like this and see if it gripes. Because it might say, hey, this is an invalid config file. Yep. All right, let's try it this way then. Nope. Okay, fine. Does this work? Thanks, Bad Cop. What's shellfish? Fish shell? What? What, you don't like fish? You don't like the fish shell? Why? There is no, I mean, give me a better alternative for an interactive shell. Because ZSH ain't it. ZSH is a decade behind fish. And every other shell that I know of is 3 or 10 decades behind fish. All right. Routes, handle, handler, subroute, routes. Bash is not an interactive shell. I said interactive shell. Bash doesn't even attempt to be interactive. It's got some shoehorns. No, it is not an interactive shell. Does not qualify. Making ajrand.exe. Okay. Match TLS SNI. Ah, crap. This is apps layer 4 servers. No, this should be right. Routes match. Oh, no. Wait, no, match is there. That's right. This needs to be here. There we go. So much duplication. See where I'm worried about this? If this is what the config file looks like. Match TLS. Match TLS SNI. Match SNI. Unknown field handler. Where? Handle, handler, routes, wait, routes, match, handle, route.servers.match type. Okay, let's try to trim this down a little bit. All right, we're going to try okay, match TLS handle. Let's see if this flies. What? Okay. Routes match. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. So now let's see if we can get just the smallest portion of this config in here because I tried too much at once. So handler, subroute routes, right? Where did I do it wrong? Handle. Oh, I didn't open this one? No, wait. Does that match handle? This handle has an array. And that's the end of the array. That's the end of the route. Oh, syntax is hard. Okay, so this should still do nothing, but should work. Nope. Loading module sub route. Ah, crap. Do we have to build this again with another whatchamadoodle? Alright, let's see. Caddy L4 again. Subroute. Crap. Do I need a subrouter for this? I probably do, because it needs to be a tree. But do I need it here? Let me see if I can... Okay, I got too many things open. Way too many things open. But this one... Okay. Handle subroute. Match TLS. Routes. Could I just bring the match TLS up top? That's what I want to know. Let me try that first. So first of all, I mean... We've got a good thing going here. So I kind of want to say, let's back up this config thing. And then let's rip this out and just say, well, if we just do this one right here as is, does this work? Whoops. Okay, this works as is. So can I move the SNI matching So this goes down here. Can I move the SNI matching up here? Will this work, yes or no? Okay, this seems to work. And just to make sure that it's not ignored, I'm going to add an X here, and then it should fail. Okay, good. Okay. So this is good. So let me actually finish this out. Oh, but we do need a subroute, I think. Connection policies. Otherwise, yes, we need a subroute to match on this. Otherwise, everything in this array because we need cascading handlers, so we do need a subroute. All right, I'm 100% in. We need a subroute. It's a necessary layer. We're good. All right, subroute. All right, let's see how this does. This will take just a minute. What's the quick version of TLS? I guess it's just built in. QTLS. Whatever. Hey, Josue, question. Tell me about Quick. Some people have been asking me about Quick, and all I know to say is it's for YouTube. You'll never need it. And people have come up with this idea that you'd use Quick on mobile and it would make mobile better. I don't buy it. I think you could probably construct some sort of white paper or something to give a scenario in which it is better, but that just doesn't seem right to me that it actually, in practice, is better on mobile. Because the whole point of UDP is you're sending messages where if something doesn't come through, well, you just want to be able to broadcast really quickly without having any checks, which has its own negatives. Okay, so handler, subroute, routes. Match, handle. Okay, match, TLS. I agree with that. And if it's TLS, we're going to match it with a subroute handler. Handle is an array. We're only going to do one handler, and that's going to be the subroute. And the subroute is going to have the routes. And then those routes. Hey, Miriam. Miriam. Thanks. Okay, match TLS, then handle it in an array, but we're actually not going to use an array. We're just going to use a subroute as the only handler, and then have a bunch of other routes, and then those routes can match. And then they will have their own handle array. Got it. All right, I'm down. I understand. Well, that might be a little premature to say I understand, but it seems like it makes sense, even if we have to repeat the same thing a bajillion times. But it's not the wrong way to do it. I can tell you that much. No, this match... Wait, is match an array here? Match is an array. Okay. So if it matches any of these conditions, then handle these conditions in series. Right? Dang it. Okay, there we go. Now it's lining up properly. So if it matches TLS, then handle here. Here's the routes. If it matches this, then handle it this way. So this should run and do nothing. But I think we're almost there. Quick in HTTP 3 is almost every single way better than TCP plus TLS plus HTTP 2. Explain. I have a hard time believing it. It's supposed to go on top of UDP. Okay, let's break that down. Does it or does it not go on top of UDP? And take advantage of multiple threads, basically make it faster and more manageable. Do you understand the problems of UDP that are the reason that we have TCP? Because in the case of streaming video, UDP makes sense because you can handle the loss of packets and recover gracefully. You can skip a few frames and then you can recover. But TCP gives us congestion control. TCP automatically gets faster and slower at the protocol layer. TCP prevents an array of attacks to some degree. UDP, yes, it has some advantages. Yes, it lets the application, meaning forces the application to handle the packet order and recovery. In websites, is that generally a problem? Because I would contend, I don't know, I'm not running a data center, but it seems like that's not the problem of small text files on a web page. It seems that I get it for YouTube. TCP has user space level solutions to all of those. Did you mean to say UDP there? Because TCP, the solution is built into the protocol. Which is not, I mean, depending on the definition of the word user space, that's not what I consider to be user space. Okay. Yeah, and it's past my bedtime. I need to go. But we're so close. I think we can get it. I think we can demonstrate that this will work. UDP is the transport for quick. Quick is not just rebanding of... Yes, I understand. I understand. And quick happens up in user space. Yes. Agreed. But the question is, does it solve problems that websites have? Not that YouTube has. I understand 100% why Google would want a new protocol when video is becoming the main content on the web. And video is becoming the main content on the web because search has been destroyed. Text is so easy to replicate by AI that it's just not worth trying to find text anymore. You have to look for videos, because in the video you can see it's a real person giving actual information. And you can tell if they're actually talking to you because they have experience and they know what they're talking about, or if they're just reading off the teleprompter. Okay? Because we all know marketing... But text, it's too hard to tell if the text you're getting is good information or bad information. And text is not as entertaining. If you're looking at TikTok where it's 100% bad information, it's entertaining bad information. And it's more entertaining than text is, right? So I get that as the web moves towards video being the primary vehicle, I get that quick makes sense. Quick is necessary for YouTube. But I'm saying for people that are developing websites that aren't either TikTok or YouTube, does quick actually have advantages? And my guess is that it probably doesn't, and that we probably shouldn't adopt it for all the things. Probably should adopt it where it's really, really good. Probably shouldn't adopt it where it creates problems that didn't exist before. Okay, I think this just becomes handler like this. I think it's just handler. This is so redundant. I get it. I understand it has to be this way, most likely. If this is the way that it has to look, I get it. Because I've done this sort of thing. I sympathize with the problem solution set. Okay, but if we move that up to a subroute, okay, we're good then. Okay, no, okay, this is not so bad. This is not so terribly redundant. I think we could probably simplify some of the other stuff here. Oh, whoops. I forgot to actually do the handling part. So handler. Oh, and then that's the next thing that happens. Okay. Handle TLS, handle proxy. All right, we're almost there. I think with another group of subroutes, we're going to nail it. I think we'd need... I don't really want to do the subroutes. This is so... It's getting so snaky. But I think what we would do here is we put the handler. This is going to terminate the TLS. And then the next thing would need to be another matcher. And it would be... So we'd have to have another subroute with a routes and a matcher at the top level. But if we did that, then I'm pretty sure that we could match on SSH as well. This is really... It is what it is. All right, dial localhost 3000. All right, I think this is it. So my guess is that if I connect to this, it should work. It worked. And then if I curl HTTP localhost 3000. Oh. Wait. Oh, no. It's 22. Duh. Okay. Oh, yeah! Duh. Okay, now we have to make sure that I can still SSH in on the other host. Okay, so the other host, that was 103. Whoa! Oh, yes. Oh, man. Whew. All right. I'm going to call it a night. I think we can get the whole way there with a little more effort. I think we can add another subrouter, and it's going to be painful to look at this gigangous config file. But I think it's going to do what we need. Okay. I'm going to call this web example. Okay, we need to update this to have a subrouter or some such. Subroute. TLS SNI matching SSH example dot duckdns.org goes to port 22. Goes to port 80. Okay. Using duckdns to demonstrate proper SNI. Many tools don't work with SNI in insecure mode. At least in my experience. This is great. Cancel. What's going on here? Is there something else somewhere else? It's trying to grab hold of the screen. It shouldn't be. Holy moly, how many things are up here? Can we get out of this? Okay, now it's done. It just needed... Okay, let me just give it a shot, because I think we're so close. I can't take this to 3 AM. I really shouldn't. But we're so close. I think I know exactly what I need to do. So let me just give it a try. And heaven help us. It better work. Alright, config.json. Let me think about conceptually what needs to change here. So we need to terminate... Okay, and then for each of these... I think SSH is only a matcher. All right, this is going to get really duplicate. So we would have to, for this config file, we'd have to use some sort of tool to generate it out. We'd have to have a smaller DSL, or so to speak, and then we'd have to... Oh, sorry, I missed some comments. Let me get back to comments here real quick. Let's say chat apps. I have lots of those, and video is getting downloaded by the gigabits every day for mobile. It makes sense. Yeah. But it's not something that you'd implement generally for every web page. It's something, but yeah, whatever. Right about not everyone needing them. I have that problem with many modern web dev using stuff they don't need. Yep. I read the HTTP2 RFC for the first time. You don't have to put for the first time. You've impressed everyone already when you say, I read the HTTP2 RFC. I was surprised to find it's not actually hypertext anymore. Oh, really? Huh. Does it stand for HTTP TTP Transport Protocol? a backronym of sorts? The first lies in the deliberate concealing of the transport flow control parameters from the network. The practice of deploying network middleware that rewrites TCP flow controls value to impair the application's behavior is not one that has enjoyed widespread support from the application layer, and hiding these flow control parameters from the network certainly prevents this practice. I don't even know what that means. Sounds like a nice plus I found out about just now. I don't know what that means. Concealing of the transport flow. Did I get some of that out of order or miss something? Because it sounds like words. It means less censorship. Does it though? None of that sounds like anything to do with censorship. It sounds like... Oh. Rewrites TCP flow control values to impair the application's behavior. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay, so I need to, in this handler, we need routes. Oh no, that's not right. Crap. What did I do here? Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna have to do the spacing myself for right now. Okay, so does match... Hold on. Match... I'm confused. Routes. If it matches this, then handle has a subright, and the route has a match first, and then it has a handle. So routes have okay, so routes. Crap, I'm confused. Ah, dang it. Too many layers. So this is checking to see if it matches, and this is how it's supposed to handle it. And the handle needs to be TLS here, but then it needs a subroute. So we're going to terminate the TLS. So if it matches TLS, crap, no. Let's back up, back the truck up. Okay, starting over. Okay. So if it matches specifically this TLS, we need kind of back references to be able to say, okay, unwrap the TLS and then let's handle it based on what we did know about it, rather than let's handle it based on what we're finding out about it. Okay, so this is just a matcher, and then this is a handler, and it's going to handle the TLS. And then it's going to have a handler subrouter matcher. Handler. Okay, so let me take this. And let me go ahead and say, okay, this entire thing is going to go inside of a this, and a side of a that, and a side of a this. Dang it. That's not right. Dang it. There's the routes. And there's the handler. Why is this a problem? That's working there. That's working there. That's working there. Why is this a problem? 84. Okay, set number. Ah, crap. handle match. Ah, crap! I can't read it. It's too many layers of indentation. Okay. Okay, if it matches this, then we get to a handler. And it's going to handle TLS, and then it's going to have a sub-handler, right? Okay. Just checking to see if it parses. Okay, now it parses. So it's going to have a sub-handler. Alright, so TLS will be terminated, then it will be subrouted. And then the subroute will be if it matches on SSH. Then the handler will be this proxy. Otherwise, the handler will be okay, wait. $3,000. It seems like with all these nested layers, it just feels like this is not going to be performant. This is not going to get regex optimization, you know? It'll be alright to try it out, but I think that in order for this to work, the support has to be, well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It just seems like there's too much redundant matching. Maybe not, because maybe we move this here. And then maybe this whole thing disappears, and maybe there's a way to simplify that. Because I think this might be overreaching a little bit. Okay, because this one could match on TLS SNI up here, right? Oh, oops. Nope. Undo, undo. Okay. The reason that doesn't work is because I actually need the upstream to be different for each of these. So everything here okay, that's fine. And then this one (192.168.1 dot or 0.103. Okay, so now we should be able to test. Oh, heaven help us. Oh, whew. And so lucky too, because you know what? I did save that last one. I saved it in the comment. All right, so now this should still work. If I pull up the Curly McCurl curls. Forgot where that was actually, but let's just see if we can do this. Well, that's not right. That's not working. Okay. Let's try the SSH bit. Hold on, let me see how I got the config for that. So let's try SSH on 103. Because it could be I didn't specify a matcher. So I did specify the matcher for, oh, whoops, HTTPS. Okay. Nope. Wait. That one's not going to work anyway because it's got to be lxc103.duckdns.org, right? Okay, let's see what 3000 no route to host. Oh, that's fine. Ah, right. Because this is the one that's janked. Okay. Never mind that. All right. Empty reply from server. Let's see what this one's. So this one shouldn't be an empty reply. All right, but let's try the SSH bit. Okay, so SSH is working, but web is not working. What does that tell us? All right, so at least one thing is working. That's good. So let's look at this one. So we're matching 102. We're going to handle TLS, and then we're going to have a sub router, and the route has a match, and then the handle has. It seems like it shouldn't need a match. Oh, match goes up here. Right? Let's just try that and see if... All right, let's see if I can find that documentation again. It kind of does make sense. We'd want to match the host name, because I think that this would give us potentially a way around Caddy's default protection against that style of attack. So we would need to include the matcher here if I'm not mistaken. Wait, match host. No, that's HTTP. Okay, it seems like it should work without a match. So if it matches SSH, go here. Yes. But the route and then the match. And then the match here should just be whatever, right? We shouldn't. I don't think we should have to put a match there. I think it should just work. Excuse me as I go through a billion of these things. HTTP. So I need to build in HTTP perhaps. Okay, so I think I need to rebuild this one more time. Isn't this riveting? Will it work? Will it not work? Nobody knows. Invalid HTTP version 2. Oh, interesting. So maybe that was our problem? We'll have to see what happens there. All right, let me just get rid of this for a second. Run this again. And see if what we're getting... So we're able to SSH in just fine. That's great. Love it. But is the problem that we're getting... Okay. Curl help. Can we tell it HTTP 1? And can we down negotiate? Hold on. I think ALPN is one of the things that we can specify in this Caddy layer 4 stuff. And typically, if we're going to put it through a proxy, but why was it working that way before? Connection policies, match. Is this, but this is not a match. This is... ALPN HTTP 1.1. H1, is that what it is? Or is it HTTP or H2? All right, let's try this. Yeah, typically speaking, okay, this is something that we'd have to set up, but typically speaking, I think that we'd want it to be HTTP 1, because basically nothing supports HTTP 2 that's out at the application layer. That's all load balancer layer stuff. Yes, Go supports HTTP 2, but generally speaking, none of the HTTP 2 stuff that was actually interesting was done anywhere other than at the load balancer layer. Or the reverse proxy layer. So where, let's see, handle TLS, connection policies, ALPN, all right, let's see if this is correct. All right, now does the curl work on this thing? I think it might. Hey! All right, so I don't know why it works, that it worked at all the first time. I'm a little bit worried about that. I think it speaks to a nuance that could be troublesome in the future. So it's almost 3, but it works. It works as intended. So I could now take this from 22443. Yeah. We can, let me... All right. I think the better approach is the approach that I had just prior to this, though, because I think this one becomes too complicated. The prior one, somehow the connection policies worked automatically. This one I'm a little worried about. Alright, none of that needed to change down here. Uh-oh. Permission failed. Set capnet bind caddy. There we go. Okay. Whoops. Duh. Cool. That works. Okay, if I can find the issue where I was at. I put all this stuff in. Okay. And what should I have this be? Example A. TLS goes to localhost HTTP on port 3000. HTTP. Let's see. TLS is terminated. SSH goes to localhost. Oh, wait, but we do need that one matcher. Host header match to prevent, what's the name of the attack? So we do need to have that put in here. Hold on. That's actually important. There we go. Uh-oh. Alright, I think I know why. I think it's because this itself is probably an array. It's probably a big array of arrays of arrays of arrays of arrays. Alright, let's make sure everything still works. So oh, whoops. Curl. Yes, and SSH. Yes. Alright, good. Everything still works. Okay, so I'll copy over that config file. That is our in-game config file, and I go to bed. And actually, we're going to change a couple things in here. This is... The jump box idea is sounding more appealing. All right. Here we are. This feels a little too verbose. I wonder if there isn't a simpler way. SSH config. What was the OpenSSL command for that? I'm not going to worry about it. There we go. And then we put the HTTP in here, or no? Yes, we did. Let me go double check on that real quick. Oh, hey, good night, Josue. Thanks for joining in. It was nice to have your company. All right. Okay, full instructions. Download Caddy X, makes it executable, put it in your path. Okay. Therefore can't test against self-issued certs without putting the cert in the client's chain. All right. Oh, where was that SOCAT example actually? Let me use that. That looked really good. Let's see, are one of many other TLS terminating tools. Demonstrating with S-Client because it is purpose-built for this use case and works on Windows. Okay. Whoops, let's see. I want to make that to 2 and 2, 3, and then configure SSH client. Configure Caddy. Alright. Routes, match, handle, match, handle. To do should probably route HTTP traffic. How to pass HTTP traffic to the default catalog to Caddy for handling. Oh wait, there was that blog article I was looking at. Let me see if it does it here. So HTTP, TLS, handler upstreams, dial. HTTP to and handling normal reverse proxy rules from there. Okay. Let's see. Proxy protocol. Without terminating TLS. Okay, routes. Forwarding. Ah. Okay. 78. Pull 78. Okay. Alright, I'm done. It's past 3 a.m. I've spent over 5 hours on this problem, but hey, I got a working solution, so all in a day's work, I suppose. I'm not sure if I want to use the solution. But I know how to do it each which way now, so that's good. I do want to go copy before I lose it. Let's see. I'm going to have some notes. I will copy this over to a blog or something. I do want to see how these issues evolve. Bless me. Alright. Oh, and I did need to put in both of these probably how I'm actually running Caddy. That would be useful. Let me see. Okay, and then I'm going to go back over to this one and then call that good. It is a simple solution. Let's see, this one has this thing about base domain and all that. All right, well, I'm out. Thanks for joining in, everybody. I'm not going to... I think we've passed the dead zone where most people on this side of the ocean have gone to bed and most people on the other side of the ocean are getting to work. So I think we lost everybody, but have a good night. I'm not going to raid tonight, but we'll catch you later. Adios.